Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cohutta, Georgia. It's the first live stream that we've done on this channel in a long time, honestly, probably close to a month, and I'm really excited to be here with you guys today. I am live streaming from my good friend Ed Painter's house, and today we're having a gathering here. The gathering starts at 3 p.m., and the gathering is for the Modern Scale Railway Society. It's a new model railroad club that we're starting here just outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee in northern Georgia. And the purpose of this event here today is to raise awareness for our club, to have a good time, to interact with new members, and also to get donations. So we're hoping through this live stream today that folks will be led to give. We are working in conjunction with the town of Cohutta, Georgia, on the possibility of building a Railfan park, very similar to what you would see in like Fostoria, Ohio, or Folkston or Cordele, you name it. That's what we're trying to do here in Cohutta. And if you guys have seen my video that I did earlier this year on my friend Ed Painter, you would know that Ed lives in between two Norfolk Southern main lines. The track that you see there in front of us, the main line that you see there, that is the Norfolk Southern H line. That is the line that runs from Chattanooga, Tennessee to Atlanta, Georgia. And as we pan the camera over here, you can see the other railroad line off to the extreme right. That is called the I line. And the I line runs from Cohutta, it's where it starts, and continues north to Cleveland, Tennessee, where it then ties into the A line, and the A line runs all the way to Knoxville, Tennessee, and beyond. The whole purpose of the two railroads, really the whole purpose of Cohutta Junction was to connect the two railroads. At the time, there was no way, before the H line was built, there was no way for passengers to directly travel from Atlanta to Chattanooga. So by way of investments and you know, the great railroad races of the late 1800s, the line on my left was built. So that way people had a direct line from Chattanooga to Atlanta, and it eventually became part of the Southern Railway system. Looks like there's a super chat there from Touch of the Brush Model Weathering. Thank you so much for that super chat. I can't see what the amount is for, but I wanted to tell everyone that all super chats and all PayPal or Cash App contributions will be donated to the Modern Scale Railway Society. I've actually put a Cash App link in the video description. If you sign up for Cash App and you haven't had Cash App before, you'll get $5 and the Model Railroad Club will get $5. So consider joining our Model Railroad Club, or just make a donation. We're working right now with the town of Cohutta, like I said earlier, to establish a railroad park, but we're also looking to establish a Model Railroad Club, and the Model Railroad Club is going to be called the Modern Scale Railway Society. And the whole reason that we came up with the idea for the Model Railroad Club is there's really not a Model Railroad Club in Chattanooga that focuses on modern era railroads. And, you know, a lot of young guys like myself under the age of 30, we really want to have a railroad, a model railroad, where we can enjoy our trains and operate GEVOs and Dash 9s and SD70s and things like that. A lot of railroads. Oh, I thought I heard a train. Sorry, that was just a really loud pickup truck. A lot of model railroad clubs model the transition era, which is totally cool. But we wanted a club that focused on the modern era. We want to be able to model trains that we see every day, like what we're going to see here on the H line today. We want to be able to model trains like that. And so the Modern Scale Railway Society was founded by myself and my coworker Marlon. Both of us are employees of Scale Trains, and we both really want to establish a club that young people can get involved with, where people can run their scale trains models. So it's very exciting, and we're looking forward to it. We're currently in communication with the town of Cohutta about the possibility of a brand new building even. So we'll see. But if you want to learn more about what we're trying to do here in Cohutta, I actually have a video on my channel. It's called The Junction at Cohutta. That's going to be the name of the rail park. The Junction at Cohutta. You can just, Google it or search for it on YouTube, and you can get a better idea of what we're trying to do with the park. So I'm going to step away from the camera just for a minute. I haven't had a chance to eat breakfast. We're going to be live all day today. Like I said, at 3 o'clock, we're going to have some rail fans showing up and some club members showing up, and we're all just going to hang out and watch trains and have a good time. So I hope you guys enjoy the morning broadcast. It was foggy earlier, and it looks like the sun is just now starting to come out. So appreciate you guys spending your Saturday morning with us, and really appreciate everyone who supports the channel. As a small thank you for supporting the channel, I will send you my next several YouTube videos, and the same goes for club donations. So if you click the link in the video description, or you make a donation through my PayPal, the Delay in Block PayPal, all that money will be donated to the Model Railroad Club. Super chats are a little tricky. They're a little harder to keep track of because of the way that YouTube's ad revenue works. It kind of mixes in with everything else, and but it's much easier for me because it can be itemized. So when you make a donation through PayPal or Cash App, just specify what it's for. The Cash App link in the video description is actually to the Model Railroad Club's account. So if you donate there, just specify what the donation is for, whether it's for the building, whether it's for membership, all that stuff. But if you donate through PayPal, I will actually make a handwritten check out to the club. So anyway, thank you for tuning in. Please support what we're doing here in Cohutta, Georgia. And like I said, I'm going to step away for just a few minutes because I haven't had an opportunity to eat yet. And really happy to have you guys here. So without further ado, enjoy, guys. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm back after taking a little bit of a breakfast break. There's a little donut shop here in Cohutta, and they have some really good donuts. Got some donuts, got some coffee, and now I'm gonna be hanging out with you guys. So we've got 110 people watching right now. Thank you so much for tuning in. Today we are live streaming from Cohutta, Georgia, not too far from Chattanooga, Tennessee. I am at my friend Ed Painter's house. And today, this live stream is going to be all about the Modern Scale Railway Society. It's a model railroad club that myself and a coworker decided to start. And the club is basically going to be geared towards modern model railroading from the year 2000 to today. And over time, we will update the layout, and basically what we'll have is about a 20-year period for modeling. I have horrible allergies, so forgive me for the sniffles. But anyway, so around 3 o'clock today, there's going to be a gathering of about 50 people here at Ed's, and we're going to keep the live stream going all day long. Right now, you're looking at the Norfolk Southern H line. The H line is the main line from Chattanooga to Atlanta. There's probably about 25 to 30 trains per day on this railroad. Lately, it's been really, really dead. And from what we understand is they have not had a whole lot of crews. A lot of guys quit in Kentucky on the CNOTP. For those who don't know, the CNOTP is Norfolk Southern subsidiary company that runs from Cincinnati, Ohio, all the way to Chattanooga, Tennessee, and they recently changed up the crew districts. So a lot of the guys quit because they were going to have to move to Chattanooga from Kentucky, and they didn't want to do that. So lately, they've not really had a whole lot of crews to run trains, and also with the virus, a lot of people are quitting because of the authoritarian vaccine mandates. So basically, there's not been as many trains as there typically would be. But that's okay. We do have a couple of trains lined up. There's one in Dalton. Right now, you're actually looking north. And we've got a couple of trains. There's one actually... we think that it's either stopped waiting for a new crew. We're not too sure, just north of here. And but the train that's there in Dalton, it should be here probably the next 20 minutes or so. So we will have a train pretty soon. But if you're just now joining us, thanks for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button. It really helps out with the YouTube algorithm. If you want to support what we do today at Delay in Block, you can make a super chat. But if you want to support the Model Railroad Club, and that's what I would like to encourage everyone to do, click the link in the video description. Sign up for Cash App. If you don't have an account, you'll get $5, and the Model Railroad Club will get $5. Or if you don't want to sign up for Cash App, make a donation by sending me a PayPal contribution, and then I will write a check to the Model Railroad Club, and then all of your money will go towards supporting the club. If you really feel led to, you can also send a check to the club. Just go to our website, Modern Scale Railway. I believe it's modernscalerailway.org, and you can get our address and everything and send us a check in the mail. But Cash App is the easiest way because that is how the club is accepting membership contributions and things like that. Atlanta Railfan Productions, I'm doing well. How are you? It really isn't all that windy today. Someone made a comment about wind. The problem is the phone is really sensitive to wind noise, so it picks up wind a lot easier than it should. And I'm hoping to invest next year. I can't do it this year, but next year I'm hoping to invest in some new audio recording equipment for mobile live streams. And I'm looking into getting some Wi-Fi hotspots, and also looking into this live stream device called YOLObox. It's just after 6:30 a.m. in Yucca, Arizona. Beautiful, beautiful. I love that. Shout out to Norfolk Southern Fan 1225 Alt. That's amazing. Hey, Yucca! So anyway, I lost my train of thought. You derailed my train of thought. Matt's Railroad Videos asks, is the layout for the club going to be based off of something specific? So we are going to use this area for inspiration. It's not necessarily going to be to scale. And what I mean by that is we're not going to have like Chattanooga or DeBuft yard perfectly to scale. We'll have like a Norfolk Southern yard, a CSX yard. We're even thinking about putting a short line or two on the railroad, like a G&W road or Lwaste North America. Lwaste North America because, you know, they're one of the coolest short line railroads in the region, and they really help, you know, move lots of product that we use every day, like in medicines and, you know, building materials and things like that. People don't realize, but limestone is used in a lot of things, including medicine and including kitty litter and just all sorts of random things that you'd never think. So we want to have a couple short lines on the railroad, but we will for sure have Cohutta on the railroad because the city, it's technically actually a town. Cohutta is one of only 2 towns. And what I mean by that is legally Cohutta is called a town. So it's the town of Cohutta. It's one of the only few legally named towns in Georgia. That being said, we will have the town of Cohutta on the layout, and we probably will put Ed Painter's house somewhere on the layout just because Ed is a huge part of what we're trying to do with this model railroad club. But those are the only 2 places that 100% for sure will be on the layout. But what we'll do is we'll probably just model Norfolk Southern and CSX in this region of the country. Possibly, you know, some railroading in North Carolina and things like that, because I know some of our guys want to model Amtrak. So, but the club layout is going to be really cool. And for those who aren't familiar with what we're trying to do here in Cohutta, go look up The Junction at Cohutta on YouTube, and you'll see a little video. It's about 7 minutes long of what we're trying to do here with the layout and the model railroad club. We're trying to create a Railfan park. For those of you who don't know, Cohutta is where the H line, which is the railroad you're looking at right now, that's the Chattanooga to Atlanta main line, and the Norfolk Southern I line, which is over there. Cohutta is where these 2 railroads connect. And the town of Cohutta is looking at taking an old piece of property that essentially was used as the town's garbage dump and turning it into a Railfan park. And what we want to do is build a platform, kind of like what they have at Plant City, Florida, and also potentially rebuilding the original Southern Railway depot at Cohutta, or at least a building that's heavily inspired by the depot there that used to be in Cohutta. And that's where the Model Railroad Club will be, in that building. But the park will be a place where people can Railfan. Like, you know, a lot of us in this area come to Ed's house all the time to watch trains, and that's because Ed's house is so conveniently located in between the 2 railroads. I mean, Ed literally has the Railfan dream home. And, you know, but that's the thing, right? We want a place that's going to be sustainable. I mean, you know, Ed is 70 years old, and, you know, Lord willing, we hope we have him around for a few more decades. But, you know, realistically, though, we might not be able to watch trains at his property in the future. And so what we want to do is establish a park in Cohutta where us local rail fans can watch trains, hang out, enjoy each other's company, and also have a really nice model railroad club, because there really isn't a model railroad club where young people under the age of 30 can enjoy the hobby together and model what we see in real life. So that's what we're trying to do. But yeah, so Natural Tunnel Railfan says the only thing keeping the Northern Appalachia District running is the limestone mines in Swords Creek. Would be great to see short lines servicing mines on the new club. Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to have coal mines, and the reason why is because the I line used to run north from Cohutta to Cleveland, and then on to Bristol, Virginia / Tennessee, and then up to the coal fields. And so the I line used to have tons of coal trains. And probably what we'll do is we probably will have a coal mine somewhere on our railroad, a paper mill somewhere on our railroad, because we want to have feeder traffic. You know, the thing about this club too is it's going to be an educational thing. We want local schools to be able to take students on field trips to the club. You know, but we want to be able to educate people about the railroads in this part of the country. You know, where all the coal comes from, where the tank cars come from, you know, where the merchandise freight trains are going to and from. And so we're going to have exhibits. We're going to probably have TVs somewhere, or little iPads next to industries on the layout that explain what the industry is, how the railroads serve the industry, and so on and so forth. So coal is definitely something we want to have on the layout, and also limestone. Shout out to Mary O'Brien. Hi, Mary. Mary is a friend of mine. Hey, Mary, tell Dave that I got his email. I've just been super busy, but I will be able to chat with him this week about the Saluda thing. Mary is a really good friend of mine, and so is her husband, Dave, and they both are involved with the Saluda Depot Museum in Saluda, North Carolina. And they have a great vacation home, at least that's what I like to call it, or a bed and breakfast called The Last Resort. So if you actually go up there and look at the credits in the Saluda documentary, at the very end, you'll see The Last Resort credited as a place that we stayed at, and that's actually Dave and Mary's house. So thanks for tuning in, Mary. I hope to see you again sometime soon, maybe next month. It's probably going to be next month. Wabash Railfan says, watching trains on the CN Champaign sub. Hazel Green Funeral Home says, good morning, Drayton. Good luck with your project. Thank you very much. Reed Rail Production says, hey, Drayton, it was nice meeting you at TVRM a few Sundays ago. I met Reed at the TVRM 60th anniversary celebration. Good to see you on here, Reed. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button. Norfolk Southern Pokey District says, hi, Drayton, you are doing good, and a big shout out to you, Jawtooth, and Wide World of Trains, who is recovering from COVID. Yes, we wish Wide World a very speedy recovery from the Rona. Thankfully, statistics are on his side. Did I hear that the ND&W is upgrading to 132-pound rail? No, I have not heard that. That's pretty cool. For those who don't know, that's the Napoleon, Defiance, and Western. That's the short line railroad in Northwest Ohio that for a long time has been nicknamed the world's worst maintained railroad. But Pioneer Rail, the corporation that bought out the Maumee and Western, that was the predecessor railroad, has invested millions of dollars through federal and state funding in the state of Ohio to upgrade their railroad. And 132-pound rail, man, what an upgrade. Mona Online Railfan. Hey there, how are you? We got the Wabash and Monon tuning in. That's great. Jeffrey Cunningham says, good morning from Southeast Ohio. Jeffrey, that's cool. I've wanted to spend some time down there in Southeast Ohio. Southeast Ohio really is basically West Virginia. Derek, the reason why I haven't spent a lot of time on the Bristol line is because there's no trains on the Bristol line. There's like 4 trains a day on that railroad. If you haven't done it yet, make sure you hit the like button. Also, please consider supporting the Modern Scale Railway Society by signing up for Cash App. When you sign up, you get $5 and the Model Railroad Club gets $5. You can also make a donation through Cash App. Your tax-deductible donations are appreciated. You can also contribute. For some reason, I was going to say contract. You can contribute through PayPal using my PayPal account, the Delay in Block PayPal account, and I will then write a check to the Model Railroad Club. Jeffrey Cunningham says, don't tell anyone who lives in this area that it's basically West Virginia, but it is more or less. Nice, quiet area, though. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I've driven through there. Southeast Ohio it's just different. You know, when I think of Ohio, I just think of flat, boring farmlands. But Ohio is actually a very diverse state when it comes to geography. Anything south of Akron, anything south of Columbus, I mean, it gets very hilly, almost mountainous. I really wish that Henry Ford was able to buy the Virginian. Most people don't realize it, but Henry Ford owned the DT&I Railroad, and his grand plan was to buy the Virginian so that he'd have a connection to the eastern seaboard, and he could ship coal, and he could take delivery of all of his parts from the ports and things like that. And if he was able to get the Virginian, man, it's amazing what that railroad could have become. Norfolk Southern Pokey District asks, are you going to do any videos on the Pokey? I would really like to do that eventually. Ed Painter, who owns the property that we're watching trains on, we haven't seen a train yet, but he grew up on the Pokey, and from Nares, Virginia, as Ed likes to say. He's probably in his library right now laughing at me and my pronunciation of that, but it's not Narrows, it's Nares. He grew up down there and on the NNW, and you know, I've heard a lot of really great stories from him about that line, and I would absolutely love to do like a fall color video, maybe next fall, on the Pokey. The Pokey is certainly a lot more interesting than most railroads down here. I'm going to pan around just so you guys can see the other direction. You're looking southbound now. If you guys want to see where we're at, go on Google Maps on your phone or on desktop and just type in Ed Painter's Railfan spot. And you can see exactly where I'm standing at. Leave a 5-star review. Seriously, leave a 5-star review. It'll give you a better idea of where we're watching trains and what the terrain and all that stuff looks like. Beautiful morning so far. It's starting to get warmer. It was in the 30s, like really low 30s, almost freezing this morning, and thankfully it's starting to get a little bit warmer. I am not sick. I just have horrible allergies. I even took my meds last night and this morning, and I think it's just the leaves falling. I don't know what the deal is, but I've never really had issues in the fall per se. Just out of curiosity, where is everybody watching from? Derek, that's not a bad idea. Walton, that might be a good spot. Well, Jeffrey, thanks for tuning in. He says, I do have to get out and get some errands. Always love stopping by when I can for these live streams. Thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate that. Thank you for spending some of your morning here. Sorry we didn't get to see any trains before you had to go, but I really appreciate you tuning in. Matt, of course, from Defiance, Ohio, Appalachia, Virginia. Wow, Eli Van Hewley from the UK, United Kingdom in England. We've got some folks from Virginia. Hey, WE Trains, I'm counting on you. You got to help me out with train locations today. Westfield, Indiana, I know where that's at. Gray Summit, Missouri. Black Diamond, West Virginia. Oh no, Washington. Michael Highsmith from Washington. Wow. Wow, I saw in Albion, Michigan. Very cool, Albion, Michigan. That's like 35 minutes, 40 minutes from where I grew up. Wow, Brian Elias from Maison, Illinois. I've been there before. Tonawanda, New York. I've been there before. Wow. Jeremy Pixley. Sorry, your name is blending in with the sky, so it's hard to read because the text is in white and the clouds are gray. So he says he's watching from Scotland. Wow. If you're just now tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. It helps out so much with the YouTube algorithm. Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Believe it or not, I've actually heard of that place. Quite a few people from the UK. That's awesome. Thanks for tuning in, guys. England is a place I'd love to visit one day. Deadpool 2438 says, hi Drayton, I'm a big fan and I love your content. I got to see your friend Gabe at the TVRM 60th anniversary, and I also got to meet the Nuga Railfan at TVRM. And he says, so many comments are coming in, I lost your comment. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you got to meet Gabe. If you haven't done it yet, folks, make sure you hit the like button. It helps out so much with the YouTube algorithm. Also, please consider supporting the channel. You can also support the Model Railroad Club through Cash App or PayPal. When you use the link in the video description to sign up for Cash App, you'll get $5 and the Model Railroad Club will get $5. And then you can also make a donation on top of that. So let's say you donate $10, the club will get $15. Pretty cool. So consider donating through Cash App. That is the Model Railroad Club's Cash App account. If you make a contribution through PayPal, those contributions, I will have to write out a check to the club. So it's preferred that you donate through the Cash App account. But either way, whatever you feel best, I can write a check. I plan to write a check anyway. So whatever is easiest for you. We really appreciate your support. This Model Railroad Club really does rely on donations. Later today, we're going to have about 50 people show up for our event. We're going to be grilling. We're going to have some brats and hamburgers and the most amazing baked beans you've ever had made by my wife. We're going to have a great time here in Cohutta, Georgia. And even if you can't join us in person, we're really glad to have you here with the live stream. I do apologize for the wind noise. There's really not much that I can do about it. It is what it is, unfortunately. Like I said, next year I'm going to try to invest in some equipment so that I can buy a windscreen for my phone. The problem is I've got to be able to keep my phone charged and have a windscreen. So in order to do that, I've got to have some sort of splitter. It's amazing. We've got 147 people watching right now from all over the world, literally. Very cool. Just a beautiful morning. We do have a couple of trains in the vicinity. I'm not sure exactly when they will get here, but we do have a couple of trains in the vicinity. Atlanta Transit Amtrak fan says, "What's happening, Drayton? I am watching in Atlanta. I enjoy your excellent video content. I wish I could come up." Hey, really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. You've made a lot of super chats over the years, and I really, really appreciate your support. So thank you so much for doing that. Moody Blue 42 says, "Watching from Harvest, Alabama, and just subscribed. As a novice, I try and catch CSX trains out of Oakworth Yard and Norfolk Southern in Decatur, Alabama. Thanks for all your info and your channel." Well, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Decatur, Alabama is a great place to watch trains. I believe that's the AGS, the Alabama Great Southern, a former Southern Railway subsidiary. That's a good place. And Bridgeport is also a great place to watch trains. So if you ever have an opportunity to go there, I recommend it. Welcome to the channel. I'm really glad to have you here. For those of you who are just tuning in, make sure you hit that like button. It does help so much with the YouTube algorithm. Matt's Railroad Video says that he'll post an update on the NDNW. And in order to chat, you don't have to pay anything, Robert. I'll answer your questions if you have any questions. Just give if you feel like you want to support the channel or you want to support the Model Railroad Club, please do so, but you don't have to pay to ask a question or to conversate. Now, I will say, I will give your channel a shout out if you make a contribution to the club. So if you make a contribution, I will give your channel a shout out. Fall colors are just beautiful today, as you can see. Howdy from Anniston, Alabama. Been watching your content for a while. Really enjoy it. Well, thank you. That means a lot. I really hope to do some more rail fanning in... Wow, hey! We just got a $100 donation from Dave and Mary O'Brien to the Model Railroad Club. $100 donation. Wow. Hey, Dave and Mary, thank you so much for supporting the channel. We really appreciate you guys. Michael Highsmith says, "Anyone ever consider raising funds to buy the property from Ed and turn it into a permanent Railfan site?" Well, you're probably looking at close to $1 million because Ed owns this gigantic field. I can't remember how many acres Ed has, but Ed not only owns all the acreage that you see, like he owns all the property that goes up to that tree line and all of this. He also owns the pond on the opposite side of the property, and then he owns property on the other side of the pond. So we would have to raise a ton of money to buy Ed's property one day, but right now we're just looking at the Model Railroad Club in the park. That'd be really cool, though. Thankfully, Ed's daughters seem like they're interested in keeping the house, you know, and like we've discussed, we really want to, you know, keep Ed around as long as we can, but in his absence, it sounds like his daughters want to keep the property, so who knows, maybe they'll continue to let us watch trains here. But either way, the long-term vision of the Model Railroad Club is to build a Railfan park in Cohutta, right where the junction of the I line and the H line come together. Yeah, Ed, I would have to say he owns over 30 acres. That's my guess. And Ed has a beautiful home and a beautiful barn. We'll show you the barn later today. We're going to have a cookout and everything, and we'll do some interviews with some of the club members. Like I said, we're going to be live literally all day. So we'll show you some more of Ed's property. But if you want to see where Ed lives, go on Google Maps and just type in Ed Painter's Railfan spot, and you can see his house on Google Maps. Consider leaving a 5-star review if you enjoy watching trains virtually from here. Again, sorry for the wind noise. I wish there was something I could do about it, but there's not really anything I can do about it. We got almost 200 people watching right now. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you haven't done it yet, hit that like button. That's the best and the easiest way to support this channel and what we're doing here. Please consider supporting our Model Railroad Club. If you sign up for Cash App, click the link in the video description here. And when you sign up, you'll get $5 and the Model Railroad Club will get $5. So like if you donate 10 bucks to the club, it'll actually be $15. So you can also make a contribution like Dave and Mary did earlier. They donated $100 through the Delay in Block PayPal account. What I'm gonna do after today is write a check to the Model Railroad Club for however much money gets donated. You know, I'm really, really thankful to have this platform to be able to, you know, raise awareness for this Model Railroad Club. Believe it or not, folks, this is my 10th year on YouTube. November 26th is my 10th anniversary on YouTube. And I tell you, it's been quite the journey, but you know, I'm really close to getting 100,000 subscribers. So if you haven't done it yet, make sure you subscribe. It'd be really cool to hit 100,000 subscribers, and also at the same time, you know, enjoy the 10th anniversary. Sounds like we got an airplane somewhere. And yes, apologize for that wind noise. There's not tons that I can do about it, just simply because I don't have a wind screen for my phone. It's really hard to keep my phone charged and to live stream at the same time. So David asks a good question. So the railroad that you're looking at right now, this is the H line. The H line probably sees about 30 trains a day, 25 to 30 trains a day. And then the I line, we'll pan over here. The I line gets maybe one train every other month. Used to have a lot more trains. Unfortunately, the coal trains have really died down. There used to be a lot of coal trains that ran on that line, and unfortunately, pretty much all of the coal trains went away. So when that happened, the I line pretty much died. So it's sad, but it is what it is. Norfolk Southern really only uses it to move like maintenance of way equipment and rail trains and things like that. So it's highly unlikely that we will see a train. So Atlanta Railfan, the cookout starts at 3 p.m. We're actually going to eat at 6 p.m., but that's when the gathering starts. If you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. We just ask that you would make a small donation. So you can make a donation here in person, or you can do it through Cash App. Cash or checks are accepted. We actually have a little donation box here at Ed's barn. That's where the gathering's going to happen later today. We're all going to hang out in Ed's barn. And tonight we're also going to have a campfire. If you decide to come up, make sure you bring your own drinks. You're more than welcome to bring soda. Alcohol is also accepted, but we only have enough food for about 60 people. So far, we don't expect to have 60 people. We expect to have somewhere between 40 and 50. So if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. Just please consider making a $10 donation to help us offset the food cost. And if you want to join the club, you're more than welcome to join the club. Anyone who joins the club today, and you can also join through this live stream, if you use Cash App, you have to use Cash App for this if you're going to plan on joining but you can't attend in person today. Sign up and send $45. Make sure you add a note that it's for your club dues, and you will receive a $10 discount code from Scale Trains. I work for Scale Trains. Our club president Marlon works for Scale Trains, and our employer has graciously given us 25 gift codes to the first 25 members who sign up for our club. But one of the caveats is you have to pay for 3 months dues. We don't want people to just sign up for 1 month and then just never come. And even if you can't come, like if you live hours and hours away, that's cool too. I mean, you're more than welcome to become a member. We actually have a guy in Indiana, and he's actually joined our club, and he paid for an entire year's membership, $180, to support our club. Right now, we really need money in order to build this Railfan park here in Cohutta, and in order to build our building in Model Railroad Club. We really need money. That's why we're having this event. And thankfully, so far with Mary's donation, we've almost brought in $600 so far just this week. So, the whole point of having members, our membership dues are $15 per month. The whole point of that is so that we can raise enough money to build the building and build the park and all that. But we can't do it without your help. So please consider supporting what we do. Alex Norfolk Southern says, thank you, Carrie, Douglas, Shane, and Drayton for my very first HO scale box car from Scale Trains. I love it. Well, Alex, you're more than welcome. And we really enjoyed seeing you at the Tennessee Valley's 60th anniversary party a couple weekends ago. We love your videos and really enjoyed visiting with you and your dad. I tell you, Alex, you're probably the smartest 7-year-old that I've ever met. Interesting. So we've got an eastbound line at Brown and another train at Phelps. Matt's Railroad Videos asks, how many members are there so far? So I believe we have 10 paying members at this point. So that's $150 income a month for our club, which is great, but we really are heavily, relying on donations and things like that. Later today, Ed Painter will come out and hang out at the live stream and answer questions and things like that, which is exciting. And then we've got a few other people that are going to come. James Wright, you might watch James Wright on YouTube. JLWII 2000. He does model railroad reviews. He's our celebrity guest for today. He's going to show up for a little bit, right around 3 o'clock, and you'll be able to interview him. We'll be able to interview him and ask him questions. If you guys have questions for James and things like that, you'll be able to ask questions. Hey, is Jack Carson watching right now? He usually is always tuned into the live streams. Thankfully, the sun is coming out, and it looks like we're going to have a beautiful day with limited cloud coverage, which is great. I tell you, morning is the best time of the day to watch trains here at Ed's house. NS Railfan 6920 says, can we see the model railroad? Yes. Later today, we will show you the model railroad. we're actually going to be able to run trains on Ed's layout later today. So for those of you who are not familiar with the area, go on Google Maps and type in Ed Painter's Railfan spot in Cohutta, Georgia, and you'll be able to see exactly where I'm standing at. Make sure you leave a 5-star review. What are my thoughts on precision scheduled railroading? Well, precision scheduled railroading, PSR, is really killing the railroads, and over time, they are going to realize that their short-term gains on through traffic is not going to be worth it in the end when they don't have any customers. They need to focus on their short-haul customers. PSR I don't think is good for the industry necessarily. I think there are some good aspects to it, but I don't think that it's well executed. Beautiful day here in Cohutta, Georgia. Sorry for the wind noise, guys. I wish there was something else I could do about it, but there's really not much I can do. All right, Jordan Freeman says there's a northbound line Walnut to Waring and a southbound line from Jersey to Long. So that's good. That means we'll have some trains pretty soon, in the next 30 minutes or so. Good to know. We have 160 people watching right now. If you haven't done it yet, make sure you hit the like button. It really helps out with the YouTube algorithm. I'm going to go inside and come back in just a few minutes. I need to get a cup of coffee and take a brief bathroom break, but I will be right back. Thank you guys for tuning in, and while I'm gone, check out Ed Painter's Railfan spot on Google Maps. And also, if you want to learn more about the club and the Model Railroad Club, the park, the property itself, just go on YouTube and type in The Junction at Cohutta. The Junction at Cohutta. And you can watch the official promo video that we've made for the club. I'll be right back.
too bad, but I guess I could still mow this straight. You don't think so?
You're fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
Is this the north or southbound?
According to what I looked at on HECS, it should be southbound. So it should be right around the corner, I think. You don't have HEC, you don't have Railfan 5 yet?
I can't check it because...
You have it on your phone?
My phone. I can't.
Yeah, I left my phone downstairs, unfortunately. Should be here shortly. So how are you doing today?
Too bad.
All right.
I was trying to figure out who was pulling up in this nice white looking car.
That's it.
What, Ed? Was that from a...
Folded up in the chair for some reason. I have no idea. I avoid McDonald's like the plague. It has warmed up some.
Yeah, it has. Well, it's not that bad.
When I mowed yesterday, I thought it was going to freeze to death.
It was cold yesterday.
Drain was impressed with my high-speed mower.
I was, Ed.
I can do a wheelie in the mower.
Are you serious? That's all. That mower is straight.
Yeah, tired of that.
Ed will run over you if you're not careful.
It's a great mower. We think, Calypso, so you're glad to be out. So are they hearing us right now?
Yes.
Okay, so hello everybody. I'm downstairs trying to get the model railroad in order with reasonable success. A little track cleaning we still need to do.
Yeah.
Mr. Weaver, who is going to be here and might manage the model railroad, he's a conductor and yard master in Chattanooga for NS.
Yeah.
He is in Burnside, Kentucky this morning.
Oh, jeez.
He got called last night for a through train north.
Yes, he will be here
So
today.
he's in bed right now. He called me early this morning. And we don't know about Kerry Douglas with CSX yet, do we?
Not yet. There's Calypso, everybody.
Hey, Calypso, look at the camera. She's still got her veterinary collar thing ribbon on from yesterday. She had a stomach disorder, which was not very pleasant, cleaning up the mess in the basements.
Yeah, that
So
would not be.
we took her to the vet. She'd had this for several days. I said, I made a dog food change because they didn't have the normal dog food that she uses, and that can, in many cases, cause a dog to have an irritated stomach and diarrhea. So it was just a joyous few cleanups downstairs.
Yeah, it was not too fun.
But at least, for whatever reason, she goes downstairs to the epoxy-coated floor, which is easy to clean up. Thank God it's not on hardwoods and Oriental rugs with carpet.
Well, folks, we're going to have our first trains in just a couple of minutes. And I'm joined here by Ed, who's graciously hosting us today. And I'm also joined by Ian.
Hey, guys.
Morning. We got 150 people watching right now.
Well,
And also, of course, we got Calypso, who's the Railfan dog.
with her shock collar on, which we keep at a very low-key shock, but she tends to chase after things sometimes, and very independent in that respect. She doesn't like squirrels, she doesn't like groundhogs. We've got various critters here. For what it's worth, during the day, during the middle of the day especially, trains are generally pretty slow here. Get a few trains in the morning, and then, you know, pretty slow. Sometimes 264, I think 223 went by earlier this morning. But it's sort of hit and miss during the day, and then in the evening, you know, along about maybe 3, 4 or whatever, you start having a pickup and you get a whole bunch of trains. 282 comes through anywhere from 2 to 4 o'clock. Usually that's northbound intermodal. UPS is going to Chicago from Jacksonville, hot train.
Can everybody hear Ed okay?
Here's the air horn.
There we go. There's our southbound, so it should be here in about, I don't know, 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not,
Probably less than
it sounds like it's blowing over not Dry Valley, but over Long.
Yeah.
Which is essentially 3 miles, 3.5 miles.
that. That's about 5 minutes.
Climbs a pretty steep hill from Oodlebaugh up to Long. So they drag on that a lot of times, depending on the nature of the power and the weight of the train. And once they top the hill and get most of the train on this side of the top of the grade, then they move out pretty well into here. But you've got 3 basically 90-degree curves between here and there, so they've got some speed restrictions too.
Right, right. Well, guys, if you haven't done it yet, make sure you hit the like button. It helps out a lot with the YouTube algorithm. We're going to be live streaming here from Ed's all day. Later today, we're going to have a few people show up. Actually, about 50 people show up.
We're not even sure anymore.
We don't even know.
We lost complete control of all this. And we'll just have to see what happens. People are coming out of the woodwork, and I'm sure some won't show up that thought they meant to.
Yep.
We've gained at least 4 this morning that were not originally planned on being here, so
I've got 80 hot dog buns in the car, so.
yeah, that's good. You may need every bit of them.
Someone said that there is a southbound just south of here waiting.
Where's he waiting at?
I don't know. Can everybody hear Ed okay?
Where's the south? What's the southbound? Where's he sitting at?
Yeah, where is he sitting at?
Is it Varnell or is he? I left my phone in the basement where I was setting up trains, so I don't have train Mon 5 to look at right now.
Just taking in the scenery.
Now, was there a fire or something like that just up a little ways, or is that just the grease from the wheels, the black area?
Oh, there used to be there was a greaser here,
Okay.
a rail lubricator, and
They're
it was sort of an impediment because you had the little solar panels, you know, and all that. And
Yeah.
they did a study recently, and there is a greaser here in Cohutta,
Okay.
down beyond us. They took this greaser out. They took a greaser out that was at the 23-mile post, and they I think that's the only 2 they removed. And then they added a greaser that would be oh good grief, it's south of Pleasant Valley,
Calypso.
Dry Valley Road.
What are you doing?
And they, for whatever reason, that study they thought, you know, adequately greases for these curves. It's between this curve and the next curve.
Okay. That makes sense.
But
That's just residual still sitting there.
yeah, it's still sitting there. It'll probably be there forever. This is all, of course, now this stuff is theoretically far more environmentally
Yeah.
whatever, despite the fact that oil comes out of the ground anyway. That doesn't make sense on that.
The northbound is sitting at Cohutta.
At the Cohutta signal. So earlier today, for no unknown reason, one of the last southbounds I watched, they crossed it over at Cohutta, which I don't understand why they would, because obviously if this train's sitting on, is it on track 1 or track 2?
There's another southbound coming near Hit. I don't know where Hit is.
Yes.
Sounds like a place that's really hit or miss.
Is that where is Hit? I'm not looking at my thing. Is it the other side of Jersey?
It was sitting at Long, and there's another one behind it.
That may be the problem. There was a train yesterday sitting at Long.
The northbound is on track 2.
That's an air track to us right here. That means he crossed over with his turnout.
Why wouldn't they send this guy in Cohutta all the way to Long?
Well, yesterday there was a train at Long sitting, uncrewed, no crew, just sitting there. And I don't know if he has or hasn't moved yet, sometimes for unknown reasons. He was long enough that he stretched all the way from the signal of Long past Dry Valley, which has exceeded 2 miles in length, which anymore is not uncommon.
Yep.
And now it's just long gone.
Yeah, it may be, depending on how you want to look at that.
And ladies and gentlemen, the Drayton puns will be here all day. Be no shortage of that.
You know how to tell the difference between a dad joke and a regular joke? When it's apparent.
All right, see you guys later.
Calypso was not impressed. Calypso, were you impressed with Drayton's joke?
Okay, now.
She's got her hunting nose on now. She's hunting for something. Okay, that may be Dry Valley, I'm not sure. The wind is blowing, depending on how the wind blows, sound carries different ways. Ian, you might want to try, as you just casually today, take pictures of what's going on periodically.
Yeah, absolutely.
The National Model Railroad Association is going to wanted us to do an article for their Southeast Region magazine.
Absolutely.
So any pictures we can add to that and so forth. And,
Yep, that'll be great.
We'd write up and all. But Roy will be here. Roy Masterson, who's the Southeast Region president. He's a good friend of ours. Lives in
I've been to Roy's house.
okay, so
an obsession of his
Roy lives in Chattanooga, so he'll be here with some other guys from NMRA.
Okay.
And
That'll work.
yeah, and we should have quite a few people here, quite a mix of people.
Nothing wrong with a whole bunch of people gathering together, some good food, and a whole bunch of trains home.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because there's a wide variety of people.
Hey Kevin, I'm not standing next to my phone. I saw your comment that you made a super chat. I can't even see the amount because I'm using a third-party app, but thanks for your contribution and thanks for tuning in. Someone said the southbound has a Tier 4 GEVO leading.
Okay.
We've got 180 people watching right now.
A 3600 series locomotive.
The southbound will be here first in just a couple of minutes.
And that last horn blowing, whether it may, I don't know. Sometimes when the wind is weird, you can hear him blowing all the way to Collegedale almost. Definitely at Appleton.
All the way to here?
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
He just carries interestingly.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we still have I'd say it's not real dry today. It's still somewhat moist. Yesterday was pretty miserable in the 40s to low 50s with high humidity.
Yeah, so today's a gorgeous day. The weather's supposed to hold that too. It's supposed to be pretty clean this afternoon too.
I about froze during my hour and a half to 2 hours of mowing yesterday.
Folks, do we know what train this is? What the train ID is?
We'll know when we see it go by, most likely. Unless somebody already has picked that up. Somebody watched it go by TVRM or something.
Awesome, a $10 super chat. Thank you so much for that. We are in Cohutta, Georgia. Someone from Lansing, Michigan's watching. That's about...
So he should be a happy camp. If he's a Michigan State fan, he ought to be pretty happy.
Yeah, that's about 35 minutes from where I grew up.
Yeah.
Go blue.
Michigan State's got to go blue. Michigan State's good game of the week. They did great.
Michigan sucks. That's the thing. I'm a Michigan fan, but you have to acknowledge that Michigan sucks. Like, we've sucked for 25 years. Not 25 years, about 20 years.
About 22 and 25.
Yeah. 2 decades of suck.
That'll get better eventually.
Yeah. Maybe. See, that's the thing about Michigan is they're always anticlimactic. Like, they do so well, and then at the last second, they just blow it. That's what they do.
Yep.
My entire life, that's the way it's been. It's sad. My dad grew up when Michigan was actually a decent team. Same thing in basketball. Michigan sucks. All the way around. The only thing Michigan doesn't suck in is hockey.
True. As an avid hockey fan, you get a lot of good players.
always understood is sitting down through the course of the game just as absolutely miserable.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah,
Have
just
you
like
been to the
sitting
big
on a
house?
rock. No, I've not. I have no desire.
Dude, it is
to go to the big house.
horrible. It is the worst seats ever. 125,000 capacity, I think. That's like basically the city of Chattanooga in a fishbowl.
Although, where was the largest crowd to ever watch a college football game?
I have no idea.
Virginia Tech played Tennessee in the Bristol Speedway.
Really?
Yeah, I was there.
You were there? When was that?
Maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Virginia Tech blew it again. You know, they new coach for Virginia Tech next year, I'm sure. Last night looked horrible against Boston College.
Somebody donated $100 to the club earlier.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
we've raised over $600 this week from this event. Mike Sear and Justin from Virtual Railfan signed up, paid their whole year's dues, and then this lady that I know from Saluda just donated $100.
Who was that?
Mary O'Brien.
Is she part of this list?
Yeah.
She's not the one that contacted me about doing the program up there, is she?
No, that's Judy.
Judy.
So we're over $600 this weekend. There's no telling how much people here will donate today. So
My company's going to donate $100
sweet.
to it. So
Your company, the trucking company?
the little sign company.
Oh, okay.
I have all my stuff.
Well, you'll have to go tell the live stream about what you do too.
This guy's dragging.
He is dragging.
But the wind conditions are obviously picking up Apison way, 3, 4, 5 miles, 6 miles away almost.
Somebody said it was clear long already.
Or you just move very slow.
He's not moving fast, no.
It's like me when it comes to being on time, right, Ed?
I'm not even going to discuss that. You need to adjust your manner of leaving and arrival.
So just so you guys know, I am not standing next to my camera. My camera, or the live stream, my live stream is here and my camera is over there. So
She likes the cool weather. You're a good girl. You're a good girl.
So if you make a super chat or a comment or something addressed to me, I can't see it right away.
Downstairs after these trains finish from setting the railroad up.
Yeah, these tables set up on a small little table with my sign stuff on it.
Yeah, have you seen his signs? Any sign you want, he can make.
Yep.
Cool.
It's like station signs, control points,
Yep.
yards.
Not quite to that point, but it sounds like it might be. You can make any kind of style you want to. You can do Southern or NW or whatever.
Yep, I've done pretty much. Oh gosh.
I can't wait to have you do the G&W stuff. It's gonna be cool.
What's it going to be? Orange?
No, yellow. Actually, all their signs are like a neon yellow.
That was a school
Oh
bus
yeah,
yellow.
that
Yeah.
sounds really inviting.
Yeah, I've made.
Neon yellow.
I've been doing it since 2019, and stopped for about 6 months this year, and then just picked it back up again. But I made about 5,000 signs during that the whole entire
By
time.
the way, you may want to take the time today to talk to Pam a little bit about the website stuff.
Yes.
She'll be here.
Yep. I will definitely give her.
Yeah, and I want to talk to you about my website too.
Okay.
Is Bailey coming or not?
Huh?
Is Bailey coming or
I
not?
don't think so.
She's been talking to Sandy Claiborne about signage, new signage, entrance signage for Cohutta. We're an up and coming little town.
All right. Hear the train now.
Not going to lose our little town scenario or situation, but make it
Before
much
the
nicer.
thing starts, you ought to go to the general store. Check it out. I'm gonna
Really?
go down there too. It's really cool.
Not my bring it over here a little bit.
Yeah, they've got. You ought to take Lauren. I mean, they got all kind of cute things for women, and signs and candles and clothes and jewelry and
great because-
And they're getting more merchandise and
groceries
for the,
That's cool.
and drinks and
they had a date they opened and not all their merchandise had shown up yet.
yeah.
the big one right now.
So it's really it's a very classy upscale kind of thing.
It is.
And
It's kind of like something you would see in Blue Ridge, Georgia, or
yeah,
whatever.
very touristy-ish kind of look.
Another Jevo!
Yeah, 3600s are nice. They're great locomotives.
Listen to the echo. I'm gonna start recording.
Is that a good view of the track right now, or is it looking at the trees?
You can go a little more centered that way.
This is how you do lazy rail fanning. Just sit in a chair and let the train come.
190.
190 people?
Yep.
I know.
that was likely 371.
I don't think so. It had making stuff on it.
Huh.
It had kale and tank cars. I don't know. I've not been as observant lately of train schedule stuff, and
well, it's hard because they change it every week.
They've changed it, but correct. I'm gonna go to the house real quickly and be right back.
All right, so we probably think likely that train's 371, but we don't know. We don't know 100%. Our next train will be here in just a couple minutes. Crazy wind noise, everybody. We are live from Cohutta, Georgia on the Norfolk Southern H line. We are doing a live stream in conjunction with the Modern Scale Railway Society. It's a model railroad club that we're starting here in Cohutta. If you want to learn more about what we're doing, look up the junction at Cohutta. We're trying to start a rail park, kind of like what they've got in Fostoria and Folkestone and Cordele and Rochelle, right here in Cohutta, where the H line and the I line come together at a junction. And if you want to support what we're doing, you can make a donation through PayPal or Cash App. And if you make a donation through Cash App, when you sign up to use Cash App, you'll get $5, and the club will get $5. So that's an extra $5 that we can get towards building the park, building our building, and all that good stuff. So definitely consider supporting what we're doing here in Cohutta. If you want to see where we're located, there's a link in the video description. You can click the link and see exactly where we are at Ed's house. Make sure you leave Ed's property a 5-star review. And yes, Matt, you can't forget about Deschler. Deschler is an awesome Railfan park. That's exactly what we're going to try to do. We want to have a campfire pit and places where people can cook out and hang out and watch trains. And I think I might hear that other southbound. I do. I think I hear the other southbound. Interesting. Yep, that southbound is right. Not too far. No, this is an ex-Southern Railway. Excuse me, this is an ex-Southern Railway line. James Wright just said he paid his yearly dues. Awesome. Thanks for paying your dues, James. That really helps us. Later today, about 3 o'clock, James Wright will be here. And he'll be here to answer your model railroad questions. You might know James from his YouTube channel, JLWII 2000. He'll be joining our club and coming here regularly. We expect to have about 50 people later here today. Yep, that southbound is definitely on its way. So if you guys know what train that was, the first one that we saw, let us know. If you happen to know the ID of this train as well, let us know. We're having a hard time figuring out what they are because Norfolk Southern has changed the symbols, and with everything going on with PSR, it's really hard to keep track, if you know what I mean. Pun definitely intended there. So 3 trains, guys. We've waited a while, and we've waited a while this morning to see some trains, and we're finally now seeing some. So if you want to support the channel but you can't do it monetarily, make sure you hit the like button. It helps out so much with the YouTube algorithm. Make sure you click the link in the video description to see where we are on Google Maps. There's a Google Maps location that someone made for Ed's house, and you can see exactly where we're at, get a better idea of the terrain, where the railroad runs, so on and so forth. But like I said, if you can't support the channel or the Model Railroad Club monetarily, hit that like button. It helps out a lot with the algorithm. That way more people are able to see this live stream, and you know, that just helps a lot with views on the channel and things like that. Super chats go to the channel to support the channel. If you want to support the club specifically, you can use the PayPal link. I'm going to write a check to the club after all the donations come in later today. If you sign up for Cash App, you will receive $5 for signing up, and the Model Railroad Club will also receive $5. So it's in your best interest to sign up for Cash App. It's like a modern version of PayPal. Great way to support the club, easy way to support the club. And if you become a member, it's easy because every month we'll request dues from you, so you don't even necessarily have to remember when to pay your dues. That's if you want to join. If you just want to make a regular donation, that's okay too. But like we were saying earlier, so far we've brought in $600 from this event that are going to the rail park that we're starting here in Cohutta, and also the Model Railroad Club. Norfolk Southern does not have plans to abandon the I-line. Like I said, they keep it open for emergencies and also to move maintenance of way trains, but trains on the I-line are extremely rare. Supposedly this train is 264. Beautiful day here in Cohutta, Georgia. A little windy, and sorry that the wind is the way that it is, but it's the best we can do. Eventually, like I said, I want to upgrade and get better audio equipment for my phone, and I'll probably end up doing that next year. Pretty soon it'll be too cold to live stream, and I'll just save that. Thank you, Jack Carson. We appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel and being such a good person and a great friend, and look forward to meeting you one day. Our next southbound train should be here in just a little bit. The I-line goes from Cohutta, that's where it starts, to Cleveland, Tennessee, and then on up to Bristol, Tennessee. Want to learn more about the I-line, I actually had an opportunity in 2020 to document a train on the I-line. It was a maintenance of way work train with an SD40-2. Just go on YouTube and type in rare train on the I-line. Tucker Richardson asks, is anyone allowed to come to the event, or is it an invitation only deal? You have to RSVP, so unfortunately, I mean, we've had a few people cancel, so if you wanted to come today, you could. We would just ask that you would make a small donation to cover the food cost. We only have enough food for about 60 to 70 people. Ed Painter says Chef Mike is in the house. Awesome. Mike Binkley, who is going to be cooking today making brats. He's here, and he'll probably be up here in just a few minutes. Dustin Fleming just made a super chat. Dustin, thank you for supporting the channel. I can't see for the amount, but thank you so much for your contribution. If you want to support the club specifically, you can donate through PayPal or Cash App. PayPal or Cash App. It's just easier to keep track of donations through those apps. YouTube super chats are just kind of mixed in with everything else. So fantastic. Thank you for that. $20. $20 super chat. Thank you for that. Awesome. Thank you very much. And here we go. Here's our next southbound. Apparently this is train 264 with a trio of BNSF engines. Another Chivo. This is train in the house, everybody. So we got Mike and we got Ian. And Ian, tell us a little bit about your company.
So I own a company called Tennessee Valley Custom Models. We make railroad and regulatory signs in HO and N scale. We offer them on our website at TennesseeValleyCustoms.com. We offer N and HO scale signs. So we got 2 available for pre-order right now. You get our modern weathered crossbuck that comes with a real wood post, and you get that in HO and N scale, and then a custom US route sign. We can actually enter in your own custom US route number, like either Route 66, Route 55. It doesn't matter. You can put it in there, and we'll make it for you.
Well, folks, if you've been thinking about buying some HO scale accessories, here's your sign. Mike, what do we got cooking today?
Well, we're doing possum fresh on the grill, and we're having pickled pig's feet to go with it. Oh, y'all, come on down! We're doing Johnsonville brats today, ladies and gentlemen. Some of their fine sausage products from a state that's near and dear to my heart, Wisconsin. It seems to be a big hit when we do this. Most of you know through Drayden's podcast and such that generally every Sunday we come over here and meet, and we play trains, we watch trains, we grill out. The fellowship is amazing, and I can't wait to get all these people here today.
And Mike, I don't know if Ed told you or not, but someone donated $100 this morning through the live stream. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Y'all keep the money coming on in, and if at all possible, you know, we'd love to see y'all come down to Cohutta sometime.
Absolutely. And if you want to see where we're at, there's actually a link in the video description that you can click, and you can see where we're at on Google Maps. Make sure you leave Ed's place a 5-star review, because it is 5-star.
Well, one of these things Ed's going to have to do is give me a damn escalator to come up that hill. I'm going to tell you that right now. Fat boys ain't supposed to be doing that, folks. I'm telling you.
It'd be nice to have an escalator, that's for sure.
Well, I'm going to go start working and setting up the grill and stuff, you guys, and I'll be back on TV here shortly.
Robbie Lee says he just sent in a $20 donation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for supporting what we're doing here
Absolutely.
in Cohutta. I'll flip the camera back around. Looks like we've got our southbound coming. Or actually, I'm sorry, that was the southbound. The northbound is coming next. So we've seen 3 trains in an hour. Pretty good, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah.
Very good for a Saturday.
For Saturday and PSR.
Saturdays are not bad.
Really.
Your Sundays and everything goes to crap in the head.
All right. Well, we're going to sit up.
I hope you brought a bigger cup.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Have you been into the store? In the general store yet?
No, I just saw it
Man,
yesterday.
it is so nice.
What are they? I saw you could see the machines where they got Cokes and stuff. But
Yeah.
what all do
They've
they
got
sell?
limited like groceries and things like that, but
Oh,
they
nice.
also have candles, shirts, clothes, jewelry, books for kids. It's there's a little bit of everything in there. It's pretty cool.
It's cool little general store.
After this train, I might go down there and get a Dr. Pepper, because they have Dr. Pepper with real sugar in a glass bottle.
Oh hell.
Listen, Dr. Pepper in a glass bottle, it's almost like a totally different drink. Like, once you've had it in a glass bottle, you never want to have it in a can or anywhere else, quite frankly. I don't really like Dr. Pepper unless it's in a glass bottle.
Yeah, kind of like bourbon. It's got to be in a glass bottle.
Yes. Yes. There's just, you know, well, in the cans, they skimp out, you know, they use the corn syrup, and it is just not anywhere near as good.
How far away is our northbound?
He's in Cohutta, sitting at Cohutta right now.
Oh, is he?
The dispatcher had him wait here for 2 trains. So northbound just got lined up according to WE train, so he'll be here in just like 3 minutes or so. 2-3 minutes, yeah. Well, guys, this is our 3rd train of the day. It was really dead the first couple hours, and honestly, I'd say here in Cohutta, you probably average 1 train an hour in a 24-hour period, but that's the average. Sometimes it can go 4 or 5 hours without seeing a single train. And with PSR and all the cruise shortages that they've been having, like yesterday, Mike, we didn't hear a single train for like 3 or 4 hours when we were setting up.
Oh, I know. And then all of a sudden we had 3.
Right, it just comes in waves. So, well, just out of curiosity, I asked this question earlier, but where is everybody watching from? We had a lot of people from England watching this morning. Now that we're here in the afternoon, just curious where everybody's watching from. WE Train says the northbound will have another BNSF GEVO and a Norfolk Southern -9. Northbound cleared to cross over from track 2 to track 1 at Cohutta and cleared into Long. That's from Jordan Freeman. Thank you for the heads up there, Jordan. We appreciate it. Yeah, I know where you are, Matt. Wow, Oregon, Texas, Fostoria, Ohio, where another great rail park is at.
Amen.
Cumming, Georgia. Clearwater, Florida. I know right where Clearwater's at. Chattanooga. Port Huron, Michigan. Kevin, I'm going to be in Port Huron next weekend. I'm going to be shooting Lake State. Three Rivers, Michigan. That's not too far from where I'm from. East Lansing, Michigan. Hey there, Mr. Pulling. He also made a donation earlier. Some folks still in England watching. Thank you there. So I wanted to say the folks at the historic Saluda Depot, they were the ones that made the $100 donation.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much, guys.
We really appreciate that. Yeah, Cheerwine's pretty good, but I think Dr. Pepper in a glass bottle's better than Cheerwine. I really do. And I love Cheerwine. But after I had Dr. Pepper in a glass bottle, my goodness, that was good. We've had over 1,000 people watch so far today.
Fantastic. Hopefully we'll keep that kind of thing going on all into the night.
Yeah, I think, what time is it right now? Do you have the time?
It is 1:17.
All right, so about an hour and a half, we're going to have more people hang out with us here. Shout out to Rails of Kentucky. Maine's greatest seaside tourist trap. Your comment went away, so I couldn't see what it said. Sterling, Illinois. Mike, where are you from?
I'm from everywhere. I was born and raised in Memphis. I've lived in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I've lived in East Tennessee, West Tennessee. I'm from all over. I just love to travel and love to meet interesting people.
Absolutely.
I need some shout outs from my people in Sturtevant, Racine area. Come on, guys. Brian Heckle, Mike Slater, some of you guys, come on, give us a shout out and open your wallet a little too, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Hey, do we get to blame Wade? What do we get to blame Wade for? I don't know. He will be here later today. Marvin Moore asks, will you please identify yourselves again? Okay, so I'll flip it over here. So I'm Drayton.
He's Drayton.
This is Mike.
I'm Mike.
And this is my YouTube channel. And Mike is our chef today. And he drives an hour and a half every Sunday basically to come and hang out here at Ed's. And he's a fantastic cook, and he's going to be making some Johnsonville brats. So shout out to Johnsonville.
Amen.
We love what you guys do, and we, believe it or not, we might be some of the few Southerners. Even see, I'm a half hillbilly, I guess, because I'm originally from Michigan, but I have a lot of Southern blood. And Mike lived a significant amount of time in Wisconsin, so he and I might be one of the few Southerners in this area that really truly know and appreciate Wisconsin-style brats.
And cheese and beer. Amen.
And Marlon, who will be here later today, Marlon is our club president. His wife is from Wisconsin, so he also loves and appreciates Wisconsin brats. I love Wisconsin. I kind of view Wisconsin as Michigan's sibling. It's a great state. I really have enjoyed every time I've ever been in Wisconsin. And shout out to Quick Trip, the best gas station that there is.
Shout out to my boys in Kenosha, Wisconsin, where I lived for a short time and absolutely enjoyed every minute.
Absolutely. I've never been to Kenosha. I've been very close to Kenosha, but I've never actually been there. Yeah, go Packers! See, being from Michigan, the Lions suck so bad that we've just always rooted for the Packers. I'm going to flip it back around now that we've now that we've identified ourselves,
Does this mean we're going to be on wanted posters in
I
the
don't
post
know.
office?
Maybe. Jonathan Pulling says, Roger that about Johnsonville brats. Mary O'Brien said, we learned and loved Wisconsin brats when we lived in Iowa. Very good, she says.
Yes. I like Iowa. I've gone to Burlington, Iowa, and Fort Madison several times to Railfan and photograph, and both places are fantastic with fantastic people.
Oh yeah, Fort Madison. I've never been there, but I've always wanted to. They've got a lot of really cool trains there. That's on the Transcon, right?
Yes.
The BNSF. Yeah. Marvin Moore says, thank you for identifying yourself.
I don't know if that's good or not, but yeah, we're more than happy to do it. Now, if the police show up with sirens, I'm running for the woods over here.
Well, the last time the police showed up here, they were after Ed.
Oh, well, then
Because
we
Ed
stand
didn't
a
have his
fighting chance.
Ed didn't have his headlights on, and if you guys remember that, we got it all on live feed. Have you ever seen that?
No, but I heard about it. I haven't been blessed to see the video.
I'll have to
yet.
show you later.
I'd have loved to have seen him in cuffs also.
Oh my gosh, that would have been amazing.
Well, our train, we told everybody would be here by now.
Being
and
a
it
slow
has
boat.
not, yeah.
Everybody's saying it's lined up, so we'll just have to wait and see.
So is your wife coming later?
She is, yes.
Okay.
She'll be here 2:30.
I saw one thing of beans in the fridge. Did you bring two? There are two in there. Okay.
And they are so good.
I wonder how Vienna sausages would be on the grill. You think they would notice down there if I substituted all the Johnsonville for Vienna sausages?
I don't know, maybe. 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 Virginia. A lot of fall wind. I think our setup looks pretty good in there in the barn.
Oh, it does. It looks fantastic.
Later today, when more people get here, we'll give a little tour of the barn.
Oh yeah.
I can't go all the way into the barn because it'll lose signal, but we can at least show the entrance and all that.
Where the grill master sits up.
Later today, I'm going to take my camera and we'll do interviews and stuff like that, and I'll probably interview you and Ed and Marlon and a couple other people and James Wright. James Wright will be here in an hour or so.
Did you tell everybody that we have the Southeast NMRA President Southeast Region coming to our event today?
I forgot to mention that. So we've got some folks from the NMRA, as Mike said, and it'll be a good time to have them and socialize with them and hang out.
And that's the best thing we do with our events. We love the trains. We love watching them. We love chasing them, photographing them, going downstairs at Ed's and playing trains. We love all that, but just socializing in the fellowship is what really brings us all together and keeps us all a pretty tight group.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why we want to start this club, is so that we can, have a place long-term to hang out, long-term. And the town of Cohutta, the mayor, he's going to be here later today. He's actually on our board of directors.
And part of the town council also.
Yep. So it's nice, and one of the town council members, his son is a Railfan, so having that connection is really great. I would love to do a video on the abandoned Erie Lack of Money. That would be a great video. I have not ate anything other than a donut today.
I cooked for Bill this morning, but I haven't eaten a thing either.
I need to get something to eat.
Let this train go by. It might put it on the call.
Yeah.
For a minute.
Well, we'll let the live stream roll, but we'll go down and get something. almost 650. Almost.
And the thing about it is, we've got no guest here yet.
No, we haven't.
You know, so we're hoping to be able to announce it. We got $1 or $2 more by the end of the day.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, it's a great way to raise money for the club. And if we do more events like this, you know, we've talked about doing more of a public event somewhere. We've thought about maybe going to like somewhere on the CNOTP to watch trains, grill out, or even just go out to dinner at a restaurant as a group. You know, we're exploring different ways that we can promote the club and all that. So,
and we have to give a big shout out to the ladies and gentlemen, the citizens of Cohutta, Georgia. This is such a fine place, and they have embraced us and the ideas that we want to do, and that's what you hope for when you're putting something like this together, and they are supporting us magnificently.
yes, we would not be able to do what we're doing without the town's support. Well, gosh, Mike, I don't know what the guy said, that the train was lined. Several people have said that.
I think the engineer may be in the restroom.
Maybe, or
Or are they down there at the ice cream shop taking lunch?
Maybe. Maybe.
It's nice to see those beautiful pumpkins come around that curve with the sun right in their face. They're gorgeous paint schemes.
Yeah, the BNSF engines, they look really good in the fall.
Oh yeah. He's lined and ready to go when he goes to start. We're
Hey,
gonna hear
somebody else just made a donation. I missed it. Whoever just made the PayPal donation, thank you for doing that. I couldn't see who donated, but thank you for doing that. It says WE Train says, looks like the northbound is not leaving yet. The dispatcher just set the crossovers back to normal. Interesting. So sounds like that train's not going to be running for a little bit. Ladies and gensets, I'm going to take off real quick and I'll be back. Feels like Michigan.
It feels like Wisconsin up on like
I was gonna ready to shake the camera.
Too much wind. Jurassic Park.
I guess you got one fan watching.
No reaction.
Oh no, it's 300. Well, 132 people watching.
Yeah.
Huh. Earthquake. There we go. I shook it. Everything now moving. I hand James, you're a celebrity now.
Should've brought one of my kids' toy dinosaurs and reenacted the Family Guy
Yeah.
scene. Just because it's a brown hen doesn't mean it's James. There's actually two brown hens. All right, let me go in. Figure it out.
Back on track. What's that about a work train? What is a GRU work train? I don't understand. Is the work train gonna come by us? Anybody know? We got some folks showing up now at Ed's house. Starting to have a pretty good crowd. Hello everybody, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Windy day, as they would say on Winnie the Pooh, a blustery day. Hello, hello. Apparently there's a maintenance of way train coming. Oh, I don't doubt it. And there's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. Yeah, it's... I'd like to get a windscreen, but like I said, it's hard to find one that will let my phone charge at the same time. Yep. The man, the myth, and the legend. So we got both Wades here today, ladies and gensets, boys and Gevos, and this is Scale Trains Wade. Say hey to everybody, Wade. Maintenance of Wade will be here later today. Apparently there is a maintenance of way train somewhere. So, not sure how far out, but Michael Lee says, greetings watching at 2:20 in the morning from Perth, Australia.
Oh, awesome.
Wow. Well, I hope we're able to help you fall asleep. So far this live stream has been kind of boring. We've seen two trains, but
Should pick up here this afternoon though.
yes. Should is the key word. So supposedly it's a ballast train, but I don't know where it's at. Does anybody know where the ballast train supposedly is?
The newer
Well, I'm pretty sure we saw train 264 earlier. South of Ottawa, okay.
That should be here relatively soon.
Interesting. It'd be cool if it was like dumped in ballast. You hardly ever see that. I've only seen a rail grinder one time. That was at night.
That'd be pretty cool.
Seems like that's the only time those things run.
It is. It's recording.
Sweet.
It's plugged in enough.
What's recording?
It was.
Well,
Now it's not.
Lost a fuzzy kitty.
I'll have to cut that. I don't want to use my pocket knife to cut it on this.
yeah.
I'll trim it. I could just take the case off. But this thing does snap in place.
Grab a chair. Bring it on over. I tell you.
Here's one that's right
Well, I brought my chair and I've got it in the car, but I'd like to say I'm not going to. I'll probably have to leave here by at least 4.
Okay.
And then
It's
get
just
to
20
the
after.
restaurant before the Presbyterians get there. That used to be the joke at the Baptist, you know. We'd let service out 5 minutes to 12. And he said, that way you can beat the Presbyterians to the restaurant. That was a pastor. That was funny as all get out. Actually, this is probably the best phone case I've ever had. So I bought it at Target.
Target.
It's a Heyday, it's called.
I've always liked just sitting at this spot. I mean, because,
It's quaint.
yeah, I mean, you got the curve here, you got the trees, you got, I mean, it's just a nice little spot to sit. Can you believe Cohutta, though, Ian? I mean, from what it was into now what it is?
Oh yeah, it's incredible just the turnaround that it's made too. And now with that new general store down here, it's really making a turnaround.
Because, I mean, you and I...
Well, I'll tell you what's happening. I mean, you probably already guessed this. People are moving away from the big cities, and I'd like to get just a little bit out of town.
Yep.
Cottage's really not that far, either out of Cleveland or that far out of Dalton.
I mean, you're a half an hour drive from pretty much either place.
I mean, you're not that far from interstate.
And now we have the lovely wife of Drake.
Is she here? Oh, you're going to be so cold.
This is the warmest thing I had.
I have my hoodie in the car that you can wear, too.
I'm good for the moment.
Or you can wear this, because this is actually...
I'm not here right now. Tonight will be a different story, probably.
Well, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How's you? Good. I'm really okay, I promise. I'll let you know.
Hello, hello. You've met James, haven't you? This is James Wright. James is the model railroad celebrity.
Hi.
Nice to
I'm
meet you.
Rachel. Nice to meet you.
Fly your own.
Absolutely.
Right?
James
Pretty good.
is originally from Nebraska.
Oh.
Indiana, then Nebraska, right?
Yeah.
So, and then this is Chris. James's
Hi, I'm Rachel.
cousin, right? Yeah. Got it. And I met him at a train show like 6 years ago. So, but I forgot. So, but it's good to see you again.
I have the other lawn chair.
Okay.
Yep, how you been?
Or you can just grab one of the any. I mean, no one's sitting in this chair either.
Yeah, she's that one.
Okay.
Take it.
Yeah. Been a little
moving dirt since time started.
Yep.
There's always a pile of dirt somewhere somebody wants to have moved. Sure. Hi, I am James Wright. You may have seen me on YouTube videos before, but today I'm here to talk to you about the great taste of Diet Coke during our very first commercial break. Yes, Diet Coke is an excellent choice of beverage. It may kill you down the road. The science is still out on it, but right now it tastes pretty good. So be sure to get some Coke products at your local grocer, and we'll see you next time. Now back to No Trains.
barcode unit coming soon. Maintenance in the way. I'm gonna take hold on a minute. I'm gonna take my camera and get some footage.
I have a pocket. I can take it.
I'm gonna get some footage of everybody at the barn.
Okay.
Barn.
Where is Mark? I hope it's okay.
Maybe you should call him.
I can't. I don't have a phone.
Where is he? Oh.